How's everybody doing today? It's been a long day. Took the baby to the doctor, you know. She went to the doctor at least, and she was having fun. She got mad because, you know, she didn't want to leave, you know. She's like, no. She does occupational therapy, and to her, that's playtime. So she's definitely having a blast. Alright, let's... This party's showing. Alright. I think we're ready to go. Okay. I will be eventually. You know how it goes. Alright. Time for some main storyline. Where are we going? Right. I haven't played main story in, like, forever. Let's see. All right. Really moo. Anyway, you heading to the back room? Yes. The main story, you know, we're waiting for patches to drop, so a major patch dropped Tuesday, and I'm just now getting to it, so... I'm definitely curious to see where they say this is the end of the arc, and then after this they'll be transitioning into the new storyline, so we'll see where this goes. Hopefully it's good. I couldn't fight them, and I couldn't even get my authority back when it was stolen, so what good am I? Well, you're just a kid. I need to find a way to be more useful. Well, grow up! That's how you help. Raha and Alphino patrol the city while Yastrola and Alizé continue treating Levin's sickness and those injured in the attack. I shall stay here to help coordinate efforts, so I suggest taking the opportunity to get some rest. Targeted tragedy. Shale wishes for a moment of your time. If you have a moment, Knight, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right, no additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hunting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king resolves authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx, he lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seem noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin's sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. I like my new hat. It's cool looking. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Galuja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. I know, doesn't it? I don't have a lot yet. I'm gonna have to get to crafting on her. I wasn't really gonna do it, but the hats, I was like, who cares? It's Viera hats. And then I put one on. I'm like, okay, I'm sold. I'm sold. Now I'm gonna have to craft on her. You can't avoid it. Yeah, let's get to crafting, trying on outfits and hats, and get my hat inventory up there. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you too. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tulliola. I know, and I did go through my glamour box for my Viera because I had so many hats. There's still a lot we can't wear. So I got rid of them all. I mean, because I had like 800 slots filled up, and I'm like, nope, all the hats are going. If I can't wear them, bye. I don't need you. And I'm trying to get outfits that all combat classes can wear versus... Oh yeah, all 800 were filled up. I wasn't throwing away anything. But I was like, I got to thinking about it, it's like, yeah, I kind of want outfits that all my classes can wear versus just one. Yeah, I know, isn't it, Radman? It is a lot. I wasn't throwing nothing away, and I still got one of my retainers. It's got 175 slots full of, like, gear I haven't opened up yet, so I got to still go through that. It's like, yeah, oh God. Who knows, I might have a few outfits in there that I might like. Alvino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Knight's group if you'll have me. Why does everybody want to join my group? Sure, why not? The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you, I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geo. Don't do anything stupid. Define stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx, then the drinks are on you. Huh? I like that. You buy the drinks. I'll do the recon, you buy the drinks when I get home, honey. Come on, let's continue this outside. I was going through like some different outfits, so I was like, there's that one, but I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with that yet. So I was like, just going through. I really need to update my wardrobe. I need more outfits. These are like some of the basics, but I wasn't really focusing on fashion too much with her. Sure, I gotta remedy that. Let's leave. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Let's see what there is to see. Right you are. It's time we took some action. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horror of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then the moment morality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I laid claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone, then. Knight and I will take the east. Why does everybody volunteer me to do things? Oh, well, whatever. Sure, nod your head. It's okay. Very well, we shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. Just nod your head and say yes. Let's do the rounds, then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Sounds like a plan to me. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Nah, nope, I don't want to register. You can leave me out. Are the sentries and airwheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. Yeah, but that was the fake one. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I don't know. Maybe it's just because the dome or whatever. Have you got to that part yet? You said you just started second dungeon. Okay, so you probably haven't got to this part yet. It'll be explained. I don't want to give out too much information. Even though you're kind of watching, so it is kind of spoiler land, but don't worry, it gets explained. If you're just seeing it, you're like, what? But it is cool. I do like it. But there is a reason for it. I think it'll be like, I'm not sure when. Let me see. It'll be after you get done with the whole quest you're on right now, like the whole like who becomes the new leader. It'll get into that. I don't want to give out too much more than that. I'm trying to word it in such a way that I don't give anything away. I don't follow you back, thank you. Okay, I'm chewing on candy, so I gotta finish it. I made sure not to overdo it when I have to work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. See, I can't even tell you who my favorite out of Wak Lamont and Baku Jaja and Kona. I can't really tell you who my favorite is right now because that would definitely be spoilers, because then you'd be like, why did you make that choice? So I can't tell you that. The two-headed guy? Yeah, Baku Jaja. The person I ended up hating the most was actually a surprise. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. But I am in spoiler territory, so it is on you whether you want to stay or not. If you want to, thank you. But it is spoiler town. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Oh, wow. She forgot you? That's sad. Alrighty. I'll be back on my my alt later. Maybe not until I get all this done, but yeah. I've been doing deep dungeons on this character. My alt's been going through the content on a challenge, but yeah. Since the current content's out, I'm trying to get caught up on it. You want to hear my story? While I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. Knight, a word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard, one we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator? Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents has always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time. But maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Just so everybody knows, I do side quests. I forgot about her. Wise in testimony. Nashu Makaraka's expression is equal parts consternation and anticipation. I forgot Hildebrand isn't blue anymore. Knight, here to help again, are you? As things stand, I'm still waiting on word from... Yours truly, I assume, Hardy Boiled. Oh god, I'm gonna die from an asthma attack if I start laughing. Since parting ways, I've searched every alley and dive bar in Everkeep for signs of the Hildebrand character. Hildebrand? It's pronounced Hildebrand. Well, however you say it, he was nowhere to be found. Oh, where could the inspector be? Chin up, doll face. The case ain't over yet, and I always get my man. When the trail goes cold, the trick is to go back to the beginning. I want you to tell me the whole story again and leave nothing out, no matter how unimportant it might seem. Oh God. How many expansions are we going back? So you followed rumors of the flying disc which nabbed your friend, and that led you to the place where it most likely crashed down, here. You also think he was caught inside the dome when it appeared, and from your perspective went through 30 years in the blink of an eye. Sounds like crazy talk. But I've seen enough strangers in my line of work that I've learned to give clients the benefit of the doubt. Since we got no leads on the man himself, I say we try jogging memories about the shiny starship instead. We'll want to question older people native to your world who might have witnessed the original crash landing 30 years ago. Folks that age seem to enjoy parks, like the one outside the residential rating. Let's go. Ooh, we're gonna go do some detective work. Oh, okay, cool. I will. I will. Let's see. I always do look at your DMs. Trying to figure out what I want to play. All the outfits look cool. I guess it don't matter. All the timers are plenty as promised. Pick a prune and get to it. Oh, I still have that illustration I lent to you last time. Showing it around should help nudge some ancient noggins. Only if you can draw. Last time I checked, you can't. Ah, she's gotten a little better. I added a sketch of the inspector's face to make things even easier. I have another copy for myself, but that only makes two. Now you and Detective Hardybolts will have to share. We are talking 3 decades ago here, so having a picture should come in handy, even if the dame's work is on the same level as a finger painting toddler's magnum open. Tonight, was it? Well, you let me know when you're ready to bother some park goers. Hey, Y2A. Right, let's start showing that picture around and keep an eye out for older Hion and Hetsero that might have hailed from outside the dome. Oh, and don't forget the Shatona. If the Hildebrand really does look like me, I look forward to meeting him in the flesh, if only to see if the resemblance is more than skin deep. No, you two are very different personality-wise. Let's see. The airwheelers came out of nowhere and cut down those poor souls, and before I knew it, the city was engulfed in flames. So many of us just stood frozen in terror. And then a young woman in a white coat called out, urging us to flee to safety. It brought us back to our senses just soon enough. If I see her again, I'll be sure to thank her. It was probably Sphene. Let's see what you look like. Ooh, you're old. May I help you? I'm sorry, but 30 years ago I was practically an infant, far too young to remember much of anything. That picture is very cute, though. Did your child draw it for you? Gotta make the most of my day off. Okay. Oh, what can this old lady do for you? "30 years ago, I honestly don't recall. My memories of that time are faded at best, my dears." That is a lovely drawing of you, though, sir. It really captures your essence. That slack jog mug? You gotta be kidding me. I never heard back, so I'm guessing I didn't get it. So I have to keep looking. It's okay. Vending machines caught your eye. Yeah, you could buy yourself a coffee or an energy drink, but luxuries like that make you soft. When I'm alone walking through the darkest, dingiest parts of the city, I need something as weathered and weary as I am. I'll stick to my eggs, thanks. Yeah, well, in the real world, there ain't no energy drinks like that. What would you be wanting with me, then? Can't say as I'm familiar with it. But I do remember 3 decades ago, when I was still in the bloom of youth, well, middle age. Say, I remember you. The clever git who took back me Fubric tonic from that thieving whoreson. That was a good bit of sleuthing, it was. No need for all that. It was just doing my job. Sorry to see that the tonic didn't do its job, though. It's not about growing me hair back, it's about the routine. About 40 years of massaging me scalp and basking in the same fragrant aromas every morning. Doesn't feel right to start the day without it. 40 years of using an Everkeep made product? That's right. You're Alexandrian born and bred, same as me. There's no way you could have seen the starship we're after. Sorry to bother you, sir. Well, no one said it was easy dredging up eyewitness accounts from so long ago. This is where grit and persistence comes into play. It's all good. I ain't worried about it. Despite a Shitona fella heading towards the 914 radius. Hard to guess his age with how long they live, but who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky this time. Lovely day, isn't it? Man, you look young. I'm not sure I recognize a man. Hard to tell with such a simple drawing. Forget about the drawing. We're more interested in what you know about the flying disc. Yes, the craft I do recall seeing. When I yet felt the sun upon my face, I was living a very different kind of life at the time. It was during a hunt that I spotted it. Flying machines were a rare sight back then, so I remember it well, even now. And do you remember where it was headed? It appeared to crash somewhere in Yowata to the north. I was of a mind to seek out the wreckage, and then the dome suddenly appeared and I had two far, far stranger things to worry about. There, what'd I tell you? Let's find your pal, Nashu, and share the good news. I gotta set up my spells. I imported everything and then all my spells got set. I gotta fix all that. No one seems to know anything about this starship. Did you fare any better? So it came down somewhere near this Yowera Yukata place? I don't suppose either of you have been there before. A research facility, you say? As some unidentified shiny object fell from the sky nearby, then I wager their people soon scooped it up. It seems we have our destination, but how to get across the lake? We could take a hover cargo. That we could. The reforgers have a few, and I happen to know one of an accommodating disposition. Right, that's our transportation sorted. What I'm stuck on, though, is how you've already been to this Yawada when I'm only just learning such a place even existed. What's your deal, anyway? I'm Knight, Agent of Adventure. I'll go with that one. You adventure for a living, is that it? Well, it's clear you're no fresh-faced mook. Let's press on with the investigation. My reforger friends should have a hover cargo waiting for us at the Drift Downs. I better pack a dose of nauseous delights. Those explosives of yours, leave them behind. Don't need no dizzy dame blowing herself up on my watch. Or me, for that matter. He's got her number fixed. Better set up my spells real quick. Alright. I don't remember what these do. Right. I haven't played this in a while. Great. Uh-oh. What is that baby doing? I have to remember what these do later. Let's see. I hear you need a transfer to Yawada. The hover cargo is ready if you are. Travel to Yawada. This place is a mess, but I don't see any monsters roaming the halls at least. Should be safe to split up and have a look around. According to an associated native to these lands, the unidentified vessel we recovered near Iwawada had flown into the region not long before the dome manifested. Their testimony was corroborated by a thorough examination of the wreckage, which yielded not a single sliver of electrope. The vessel was, without a doubt, manufactured using technology fundamentally unlike our own. This mystery was further compounded by the discovery of a human survivor within the crash. Despite the apparent force of the impact, the lone male occupant has sustained no visible injuries. Yeah, that don't surprise me. There we go. The human male was extracted from the records as an abnormal specimen indeed. While physically unharmed and in clear possession of his soul, he yet remains in a comatose state. The absence of reaction to any and all external stimuli is indicative of a temporal stasis. Every method we have attempted, be it electrical shock, a hot bath, or a sharp slap across the face, has failed to wake the subject. Is his remarkable corporeal fortitude an innate natural quality, or was it acquired with the aid of an unknown technology? My enthusiasm for this research knows no bounds. A lot of people being pickled in here, but Inspector Hildebrand isn't among them. Speaking of which, did you see where Detective Hardybowl went? Nope. I cannot understand the incalculable potential I see in our mystery subject. If we could but unlock the secret of his preternatural resilience, then we would never again need risk the dangers inherent in the transfer of monstrous souls. While some of my colleagues insist that the vivisection is our only recourse, such an extreme measure would mean forsaking the knowledge the man might impart to us regarding his equally intriguing flying vessel. For the time being, we have decided to suspend all research related to his subject. The specimen will be preserved in a biocapsule in Sector 51 and placed under the observation in the hopes that he will one day regain consciousness. Oh, wow. Knight, sorry, something else in the records caught my attention and it led me to a different floor. Had to rustle up a verification key first, so I haven't spent any time on your Starship mystery. Did you turn up anything yet? They were keeping him in Sector 51. The key I found should let us access that area. Let's grab your pal Nashu and head there now. Inspector Hildebrand, there you are! At least they left his undies on. God, really? You two been yanking my chain? This clown doesn't look anything like me. Well, opinions aside, we've located our man. A hard-boiled egg would really hit the spot right now. Oh no! Here, give this to the detective. No, I don't wanna! It's got a bomb inside! Oh no. Why am I complicit in your damn shit? From the lady. I'm not taking credit for this. Man, don't take it. Don't take it. Appreciate it. It's gonna blow up. Never could refuse the kindness of strangers. What, did we just wake up? When did I start playing The Walking Dead? Wait, is this supposed to be a crossover or something? Damn! Run? I didn't know I was playing a zombie game. These punks must be feeling lucky. No, they're very dead, honey. There's no need for firearms nor fisticuffs. I shall resolve this altercation in a manner that behooves a gentleman. Attention, everyone! Follow my lead, if you please. Oh yeah, he's the king of zombies, I forgot. Oh Lord. Oh no. Well, thank you. The king of zombies. I forgot about that. Splendid, most splendid. Let us remember to always comport ourselves in a gentlemanly manner. Okay, Hildebrand is just wonky. I'm gonna leave it at that. None of it makes sense. It hurts your brain, but you keep watching because it hurts your brain. That's all I can say about it. He just saved us from Zombieland, though. I fear I may have overslept a trifle. Yeah, let's get some pants on you, dude. But I, Hildebrand, well-rested agent of inquiry, now stand before you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. By the by, who is this austere-looking fellow? A new admirer of mine may have? Oh, hell no. This is Detective Hardy-Boiled, your soul twin from another world. Why, my dear Nashi, the man possesses nary a speck of my singular aplomb. He does not resemble me in the slightest. I couldn't agree more. My sweet old grandmother has more grit in her pinky finger. That's all. Maybe I need new glasses, but the two of you seem practically identical. The odd thing here is how you look too damn young for a fellow who's been sleeping for 30 years. And don't get me started on how you charm those shambling corpses. What kind of crime against nature are you? It's just weird. It's supposed to be like... If you've ever watched The Three Stooges or heard about them, it's that kind of comedy. It's just stupid comedy. The inspector has a very unique physique for one, and as for the zombies, he's had an excellent rapport with them ever since his brief stint as an undead overlord extraordinaire. That raises more questions than answers. Still, we can consider your missing person case closed. Which leads me to chew on the something else that caught my attention earlier. I smell a new case brewing, and I mean to follow my news. No! Oh my god! A case, you say? Then allow me to offer the services of Hildebrand, Inspector Extraordinary. God, I haven't seen him in so long. I'm in stitches. Undead Overlord seems more plausible to me at this juncture, but I'll bite. What does a fellow like you even inspect? Impenetrable mysteries and unsolved cases, of course. So we're in the same business, eh? Makes me wonder how this gentleman act of yours actually helps you get the job done. Need a moment, I'm gonna start coughing. Give me a sec. You know, they are exactly alike. The dame, she's your assistant. Loyal and steadfast. I had an assistant once. Aw, did she die? But now ain't the time to reminisce. We have a new case to work on. This will be just a thing to prove your sleuthing chops, Inspector. Let's get out of here and get down to brass tacks. I always have a spare set of the Inspector clothes on hand. Yeah, considering how many times you break them. Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinary is up and full of beans. What does that even mean? The case of the fiendish fugitives. Detective Hardy Bull's veteran nose has picked up the scent of a new case. As I was saying, I got a whiff of a new case in the making, so listen up while I explain the particulars. You said you scoured this place top to bottom and learned they were trying to stuff people's souls into monstrous hosts, but the facility was forced to close down before they managed any real success. Sound about right? I'm guessing whatever incident turned the staff into walking corpses happened not long after. Here's where it gets interesting. According to the notes I found, one of the researchers survived and continued to work independently even after the project was mothballed. Apparently, he dismissed the Tural Vidral as impossible to control and instead chose to pursue his research using less ornery beasts. Are you suggesting this mad scientist transferred his own soul into some slavering fiend? Nothing so mad as all that. No, he saved the honor for convicted criminals. Seems he set up a fake rehabilitation program, had the prisoners transferred, then yanked out their souls for use in his experiments. Ouch. That sucks. How awful, and what became of these now criminally minded creatures? That's the million-credit question. I tracked down the containment cell mentioned in the notes, but found the cages inside emptier than a barfly's tumbler. Little digging into the operations log showed the cage locks were opened only recently, which means we find ourselves on the case of the fiendish fugitives. We must seek out and apprehend these dastardly evildoers on the double. Yes, there's a chance they're out there causing trouble, and as a detective, I can't turn a blind eye when I suspect wrongdoing is afoot. Luckily, I also found a storage device that I figured belonged to the author of those research notes. It's pretty banged up, but I think the data might still be intact. Let's head back to Solution 9. I'll take this thing to my place in the recreation zone and see what I can recover. Core, I never noticed how far down it went. Illusion Shine is a more impressive metropolis. Wow. Right, I'll take a crack at this storage device. You're better off waiting outside. I'm not the kind of guy who makes his bed every morning, to say the least. Oh, so you got a messy place. Got it. At least I hope that's the only problem. Well, the bad news is the device was in even worse shape than I expected. It'll be a while yet before I can recover all its contents. A quick pass netted me some scraps, though, enough to piece together a partial file on one of the experimental subjects. It states our surviving researcher stuck the soul of a career thief into the body of an Cyclops. This light-fingered fella didn't steal out of greed, but for the joy of pissing off his victims. Twisted guy like that ain't likely to change his stripes just because he switched bodies. Yes, it's all becoming clear to me. His intentions are obvious. Our impish escapee will burgle the most prestigious jewelry store in the city. As soft-boiled a guess as any I've ever heard. Your instincts are way off, pal. Never seen an Cyclops before, have you? If one of those big brutes was lumbering through the streets, all we'd have to do is follow the screams. No, if he's plotting a heist, it'll involve a target outside Everkeep, and he won't be aiming to pilfer any old supply crate neither, but something that really caused a nuisance. Electro, Alexandria's got a habit only that miraculous ore can satisfy. We need to hustle to the quarry outside, and I mean now. This guy should be able to answer some questions. I say the weather here is rather unruly. How I pine for the crystal clear skies of Ul'dah. And we're a long way from there. Is it just me, or is someone frying a block of cheese with a steady current of lightning energy? Yes, I work here. Was there something you needed? Have we had any thefts? Funny you should ask, actually. We've had several shipments of raw electro go missing in recent days. The strangest part is that our guards didn't see a damn thing. You need a hover cargo to move those heavy blocks, and surely someone would have noticed it coming and going. There, what'd I tell you? A sneaky Cyclops could have run off with those blocks without breaking a sweat. You know who the culprit is, then? If there's anything I can do to help catch them, just say the word. That's mighty kind of you, friend. Then let's have you bait the trap with a stack of electro. Placed conveniently out of sight of your patrols. We'll do the rest. One tempting stack of electro coming in. That is not very out of sight. There, that should do the trick. Collar that thief for me, will you? Oh, and do be careful while you're at it. What's with that look? Are you the thief? That expression. The trap is set. Now we wait. Don't trust that little... Ooh. Don't say it. Don't say it. It's a false trail. He stole his hard-boiled egg. Oops. Oh, this is perfect. Maybe a little too perfect. Yeah, that was not very out of sight. Not good, not good. That's our thief after him. We lost sight of recording. He's right there! And he's gone to ground in the middle of a field of Cyclopses. We got us a wise guy. Not a tough guy, though, according to his file. Says he's got no stomach for fighting, so we just need to split up and find the one that doesn't try to squish us on sight. Of course, even if he is a coward, he's a big boy now, so he might still try to go down swinging. Shout out if you hit pay dirt, and we'll take him together. I could just cut them all down. Me not bad, Cyclops. Cyclopses don't talk. Ah! There's her stalker. The inspector and the detective set off in pursuit of that screaming Cyclops. Come on, let's not get left behind. Damn it all! We have you now, Sphene. There's nowhere left to... Ow, ow, ow. It's like being stabbed by 1,000 tiny needles. Out with the punk. Where did you stash the goods? Who set you free? As if I tell the likes of you. Have it your way. I hear this thing stings worse than the chili sauce in your eye. No! Now, detective. Threats and intimidation do not become a gentleman. Move, damn it, move. Give a criminal a chance and they'll make you wish you hadn't. Wow. Good moves there. My turn. Nice. Oh, he really is a big boy. This is my show now. Lose the gun or the girl gets it. You two, weapons on the ground. Is he twitching? Nice. My eye. You had your chance to come quietly. Say good night, sunshine. That didn't hurt at all. Hi, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry. Abhor acts of violence. Core, the inspector's all lit up. You gotta be kidding me. That shot had enough juice to take down a Gomphotherium. So bright, too bright for me to bear. It's rainbow bright. Or rainbow Hildebrand. The pain is akin to stepping barefoot on a goblin's back. Master Thief, are you certain you aren't willing to speak with us? You shone like a precious jewel. I yield. I'll tell you everything. Soft boiled and cracked. I never wanted the electrope. The researcher who freed us commanded me to steal it, and I handed over every block I took. So you weren't just being your usual thieving self. Alright, so what's this researcher's name? You never told me his name, I swear. I know him only as the man who made us into monsters. He already had some scary-looking bruiser working for him, so I didn't dare refuse his order. No idea where we might find him, then? None. I was supposed to meet him out here with my latest haul, but you can bet he slipped away after realizing I wasn't alone. That's it. That's all I can give you. Alright, I believe you. This case has taken a fishy turn. But even if you were an unwilling subject on all this, you still have crimes to answer for. I'm handing you over to the 10-men authorities. Don't worry, I'll explain how you're a crook in monsters' clothing so they don't just send you to the Arcadian for slaughter. As for the rest of you, meet me back at my place in Solution 9. Alright. Okay, where is the guy at? Wasn't Inspector Hildebrand incredible? Nah. I like the other guy better. Surely Detective Hardybold must now acknowledge my dazzling investigative skills, so dazzling is an understatement. In your dreams, pal. I handed the Cyclops over to the authorities and gave them the lowdown on our case. You can bet your last bean that researcher fella has other monsters doing his dirty work. I can't figure out his angle yet, but he's up to no good, that's for sure. Whatever those criminals are now, they're also fugitives. They'll be operating as far away from our mechanical sentries as possible, maybe even beyond the confines of the dome. And that's a whole world I ain't familiar with if you're keen to stay on the case, and I could use your help out there. You shall have it, of course. Inspector Hildebrand is at your service. Got my trench coat in a twist when your pal started dancing in front of my gun. It's only fair I tell you why. Has to do with a man who had his fingers in every illegal pie in Alexandria, the crime king they called him. It was me who caught his royal rogueness and sent him to rot in a prison cell, but after being transferred elsewhere under the auspices of some rehabilitation program, I haven't heard a peep. I see you connected the dots. Could be that elsewhere was Yoada. Yeah, me and him have got a history, so if he's running free out there somewhere in a new monster skin, I want to be the one to bring him in. Your unwavering commitment is commendable, Detective Hardybold. I wonder if his girl got killed by the guy. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire, hereby swear to remain steadfastly by your side until we have brought this case to its resolution. Sounds like a wedding proposal. I don't recall asking that soft-boiled dope to do a damn thing. Anyhow, I'll get back to pulling scraps of data from that box. Drop by next time you're in the neighborhood. Maybe I'll have a new lead for us to follow. Meanwhile, somewhere in Heritage Found... Yep, I knew the guy was a sleazeball. I was hoping to see our hulking Cyclops squish those curious rats. The craven full surrender with barely a struggle. But no matter, I have more than enough electrope now to proceed with my plans. Given the right direction, you outlaws have proven most useful, especially with the aid of your new monstrous talents. I did not know slimes transform like Rimuru the Slime! When making hard-boiled eggs, you want to boil for the same length of time every time. Man, now I want a hard-boiled egg. Oh, damn, I actually do. 12 minutes exactly. Any less, they're too soft. Any more, they're overcooked. We're out of time today, so here are some I prepared earlier. We're out of time today, so here... Oh, he already said that. No! Don't eat that one. It's got a bomb in it. Don't eat it. I like how he just sucked it up like a man. The manufacturer of my egg-shaped medicine is a closely guarded trade secret, so don't try to make your own at home. Keep safe and stay tuned for the next episode of Inconceivably Further Hildebrand Adventures. Uh-oh, he just stole your eggs, Inspector. I'll have to wait until the next patch to get the rest of this. Man, that's sad. Alright, back to the main story. Okay. Oh no! I gotta go get geode. Ready to head out again? Yeah. Alright. What's a good time? Okay, he already said all that. Okay. Oh, yeah, I needed to go put some chicken nuggets in the oven. Or at least preheat it. I'm gonna make chicken nuggets for dinner. I was hungry. It was once my job to deliver goods by hovercar. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jump for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who always greet me with a smile. I hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured 87 individuals. Casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. Well, that answered his question. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. I think it's time we rejoin Cryle and Sphene. I was half joking with my boasted shell, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Cryle say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Treeview? Let's get going. We're back on the main storyline again, so... Hildebrand's caught up until the next one. We finished our patrol as well. Did it not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before? Yes, it did. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators. Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who would remove the regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over anyone else? To get everybody else to start wearing them? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become an endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death isn't an inevitability. The chances of such resolute people who wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme where he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What are the dust found at various sites? Right, the sanitation worker story. She saw no bodies but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies. Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries in the outskirts that Usher Malachite told us much the same thing? When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm it if the substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Knight, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Uh-oh. Bad stuff is happening. Let's go.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone!
I'm going to say, don't just stand there and let him die.
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Hey, Ro.
Hey.
Everything will be all right.
I broke
I
Hearthstone.
promise to make your mother better.
So I have a beast build that gives all of the minions at the end when it's set up 17 million attack and 17 million health.
Okay.
And I broke the game pretty hard.
I'm surprised they didn't rage quit on your butt.
I'm pretty sure I just got reported, but you know, we'll see.
But if it was part of the game, that's not your fault.
No, it's just clever use of game mechanics. But you know how Blizzard is.
Forever. She'll
Yeah, I
wake
know.
soon. I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Are you streaming?
Yes, and Radman says hi in Twitch.
Hello.
Man, the story's getting good, Gorby.
Are you doing it without me?
I told you I was gonna do it. Get off your... I was doing Hildebrand, so I just started back up to it, so I'm only 2 quests in.
It's fine.
Come
We
on.
knew we couldn't do it together anyway.
Well, then hurry up so we can do a dungeon together. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry, he must have fallen protecting the residents. Radman says, do it, Gorby!
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just now starting the second quest now, so you should be able to catch up pretty quick. The endless choice. Wayaki is fearful for her comrade. Comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Miles and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Gorby, do you have push to talk on or what?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm hearing something in the background.
It's not me.
I'm trying to figure out what it is. I know. Okay, my stuff is glitching out. I'm gonna fix that. have to fix it later. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Yeah, I figured it out. Figured out where it was at. I was like, ah! Alright. Why is this happening? I have a few guesses. That man, this is awful. Isadora is going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Looks like they're gonna have to be destroyed. Is it over? We came as soon as Waylock sent word. I'm sorry, by the time we arrive, it was already too late. And Geo could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly, we're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. And we should search for Geode. I agree, since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Well, Waki has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. I think Gorby just stuck him in the oven. Please, Geo, please be safe. Geode, answer me. No response. Let's keep going. You see no sign of Geo, and the neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join... That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Man, be careful, dude.
Shit.
I'd have said that better myself. Oh no, look out! Now is not the time to play for your gun. Run like hell. Oh shit. Please don't die.
Damn you! You can't be here! You need to run, now! A trap!
Well, this effing sucks.
Take care of the others, eh?
Typical Final Fantasy XIV fashion.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
Oh, he probably very dead. Yep.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
You mother effing... I can't wait to kill your ass.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
I wouldn't because it's wrong, you dummy. Well, I guess you ain't stupid, but...
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into Endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to Ether now?
And you're walking through his dust, you mother effer, you stupid. Chop him down.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
No, because you plan on doing it to the whole fucking source, you asshole! You know what? I like this answer. I will halt your harvest by defeating you.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
Yep.
I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Y'all need to destroy the rest of those units. Well, that's geode in a little canister. Nah, you can't give him the key because he's gonna do it to everybody else. I can't. There are no words. Well, I ain't gonna cry about it. I'm sad, but I ain't gonna cry about it. The pile of dust, these ashes. Yep, that's geode. And the soul cell he left behind, was that his twisted way of returning geode to us? No, we just stopped him. Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say even death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection soul ether allowed for many more endless, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that, Calyx? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is not noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Knight. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. I will hold on to Geode's gun if you could take the soul cell, please. My memories and yours. Though gripped by sadness, Sphene spurs herself to action. We should return to the back room. Shell and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Guakoi to meet us there as well.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
I've spoken with Waklamunk. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this lady's violence. I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We are all here with you. No, I'm going alone. You guys will just sacrifice yourselves. Y'all stay here. I don't need y'all's help. Bah! They brought back Geode's gun. Its rounds were spent and its barrel was scorched, so you can be sure he went down fighting. I got back control of the sentries probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him. That's why you need to destroy them! Dot, dot, dot. We made a swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks, all to harvest more ether, it seems. I'm told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They'll all risk so much. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. He was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shell knew him longer though and is surely taken it the hardest, and that's on top of what happened with Casio. Do you think you could check on her and see how she's doing? She's likely to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Patrick used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I can use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. I got two! Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. These air wheelers are Jeanotte's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. I want one of those vehicles.
We get it one?
I don't know. Sometimes Geo would come along too, and we end up racing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Crystal had that. That's the one.
Oh, well now I want one. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Phew! That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Knight, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from our regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Well, those look like pests to me. All right. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa.
Kafkiwa.
Will you raise a glass?
I will in spirit. I don't exactly drink alcohol, so... After the poisoning, she's never drank another spot of liquor.
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I appreciate you helping me through this. Not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Of course they do. A darkness in the heart shell steals her heart for the work ahead. This time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Carl for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Knight? Knight, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I'm making the rounds in the outskirts and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Want to ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. You can wait until you finish attending to Shell, of course. Seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. You better not die, too. Knight, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them to see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong if there's something that's not right here. I know it can't be used. Oh, please tell me you brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen Sphene? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once back then. I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us.
Brainwashed.
What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Val Wicklamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
First, those deadly malfunctions, and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 endless, perhaps more than necessary, even. My apologies, the sign has not responded to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. I'm sorry, I couldn't be here in time. Carl told me everything that happened while we were away. We had the hopefuls you descended on Lamity dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. The latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx, and soon. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Weklamot, please let them shelter in Tuliyola. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we will be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fair, this is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Preservation, their purpose. Weklamok assesses her surroundings with grim determination. Tuliyola would gladly welcome every last Alexandria with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright heaven of peace and laughter? What, Clement? I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. That would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right, you're right. And don't forget about me. How about ... Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shell needs a hand? There you all are. Gulaja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news, Knight. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 is called and has been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relative authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. Sounds like Gula Ja played a big part in his breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. Shell made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think of what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. An institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder if this one is where my parents worked. Ready to head up? Next stop, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
I'm ghost hunting.
Sweet.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You mad? You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us just do that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. This room... So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electropa magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's go to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Hopeful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Okay then. Your documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. No luck so far. This bin had nothing in it at all. The terminal screen displays what appears to be the index page of an employee manual. Personal protocols. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. You just mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms, the Researchers' Commons, the Proto Lab, or the Deuterol Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Oh, damn. Research objectives. Access denied. Please log in with your personal account to view. Leadership personnel. Complex Director Demetrius. Protolab Chief SF4. Deuterolab Chief redacted. Ooh. The arcane circuits in use here are decades old. I'll keep at it, but a security card might be the only way we're getting past this lock anytime soon. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electric trope surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Oh wow, I didn't mean to find it that easily. That looks like it could be a security card. Let's see if it works. These shelves are almost entirely bare, but I'll examine the files to be certain. Was this really a preservation laboratory? I thought there'd be something more, I don't know, special about it. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It opens. You did it, Knight. And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director, Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The doors to the director's office is across the central hub. Looks like every room can be accessed from this hub. This must be the door to the director's office. Go on, try the card. He's such a child. Not a single soul here besides us. Yeah, obviously. Going by the room labels on that map, we haven't entered any of the actual labels yet. Another locked door. We could try the same card again, but... You hold the level 1 security card, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good. Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chaps me, we'll have to comb through nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start a search in the Proto Lab. That door is already open, at least. We'll find a way through together, Shell. I'm sure of it. The machine feeds into a soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. Oh, that would be bad. Appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, and mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with the director Demetrius today. Heard others praise his genius and intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the illness is reaching critical levels. The Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Malalia colleagues, including the Proto-Lab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow I've been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of the experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At least we have achieved the target value set by Master Calix. Though I'll become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number, huh? Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calix are close and I'm itching to get my hands on them. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148, submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158, maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163, new proposal, produced a result of 9834, decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it would make sense later on. The way this room is set up, canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create analysts? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Gulajaw mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look? What? I think I better go back and research some numbers here. $201,930. 11,590. Oops. I need to write that down. Give me a notepad. Why can't I do this? Great, thank you. Set a 5-digit code. Okay, 9834. Alright, I wrote it down on notepad. Just give me a second. Let me go type this shit now. I was right. Heh. Locker pops up and inside you discover a level 2 security card. Nice, you got the locker open. You found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Knight. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagine they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless? Mechanical? It seemed the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot, the researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone will become endless. The writer was really happy about that. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Deutero lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way. Which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use of it. Yeah, I've already looked at that. Calyx hasn't bothered to show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us, or maybe he's just watching and waiting. What else do they have in this place? If I read that map right, it must be a lot smaller than the Yukowada facility. The scanner awaits. Hold the security up to the panel and it should unlock the door. It seems not everyone who joined preservation became endless right away. There must have been research that required physical bodies. If there were other besides my parents who left preservation, where might they be now? Yes, it opened. So where should we go first? The Deutero lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. What is it, Galuja? Shouldn't the security card open this door as easily as the last one? Not necessarily. How strange this door is not lit up like the others. Oh, what does this sign say? Shell, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. Facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero lab, shall we? Oh good, the terminal is lit up. That means we have power in this room. The Deutero lab must have required greater amounts of energy to cooperate. What kind of experiments were they conducting there? I guess we'll find out. Those are some big fish. Lastly, 4 tiles. I wonder what they're for. I don't know. So this room was for managing the power supply and utilities. I hope they kept security cards in here as well. Anything else in here I need to know about? Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been uninterrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. According... Shell, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Deutero lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using a control panel set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. And would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Knight? What? Why me? The rest of us can help by supplying Knight with whatever information might be found on the circuitry and configuration. I'm not an engineer. Weird. These appear to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels, but none are relevant to the task at hand. Also had no luck locating more security cards. We shall have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. Knight, take a look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square in the top left is Shell's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Galuja is working on. It's hard to make out the rest. Assuming these are our 4 tile patterns, the bottom right is square and the top right is half a circle. Something to get you started at least. Let's see. Doesn't say what to do though. The generator doesn't seem to need any fancy settings. As long as it's running and the circuit is fixed, we should have a proper supply ready to go. I was able to glimpse part of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I can make out, it said, "Caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns." I suppose that means only one of each circuit pattern can be set at the same time. Okay. I've locked in the power supply route and adjusted the current for optimal flow. Everything should be ready for when you're reconfiguring the circuit. Okay, let's see. Okay, that one was right. Oh wait, they all need to connect, I think. Oh, I think I get it. There we go. Got it. Hey, I got it. You have connected all the circuits and informed your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. Yay! It worked! We did it, Knight. The Deutero lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shell, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, Alexandria Institute for Technological Development was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the storm surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in the large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the storm surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then
the
reigning king of Alexandria. No, not yet. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was then that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to his somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. And morality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from his fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. It says there's 10 quests for main story, so I don't even know how many I've done so far. It doesn't tell me the name of the quest though, but it says there's 10 total. Shit, I did not mean to do that. I was gonna talk to them. Decline. Yes, the door has power now. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by Preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Everything we read in this place sings Calix's praises. The people who worked here must have truly idolized him. Had his own body not been fated to fail him so young, would Calix have pursued his endless project with such fervor? The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Don't do that! A calculated evolution. Shell is examining the card scanner. Right, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that... The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Knight has? That's probably why he wants it. We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here, so what might that tell us? This is just a device they made to control it. be the logical conclusion. Yes, it is. My parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Yastola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants us access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. By the way, like, talking to the people and interacting with some of the objects, you'll have to do that if you're gonna look up codes to, like, the locker and stuff, Gorby. Because it's like, you need a 5-number code, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember reading that. Let me go back, and I had to write it down. But yeah, you need like codes, so you have to interact with stuff to get it. Or maybe by the time you get to it, Google will have it for you. This sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels. No sign of any security cards. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Well, that was fast. How did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. So shall examine it to be sure. Keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something, I'm sure of it. Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Well, if it is exactly what we needed. Nice work, Knight. Oh, a level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shell? You were saying there that a certain device was going to help us? Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. Monitor what you, as a key holder, are planning. And since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all of this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping this is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Knight's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Me? You make another me. Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show, then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
We're not hearing your voice on stream, by the way.
Aw, man! Sorry. My bad. They did not regret their actions. Thanks, Corby. Thank you, dear. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, the words are a comfort for me. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? Still behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. Yeah, you're so used to me reading out loud, so if you don't hear me while words are going, that means I'm muted. I don't expect to find any information on my parents in the next room either, and that's something I can be proud of. Was Calyx the one who gave orders to execute defectors? The more we learn about him, the less I understand. My earlier investigations put the data relay just past this door. Let's get it open, shall we? Hearing Corral talk about her parents reminding me how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never really get over it. That man in the recording was Director Demetrius, and this must be his office. And she's hyper. You hold a level 3 security card up to the scanner, and voila! Here we go, let's head inside. Now to find the data relay, and don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Now come with me, I might have need of that security card. Why don't you just take it? Huh, this Director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases and some kind of gem display. Something odd, something odd. Huh, oh my apologies, I was thinking about the key. This is a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. Well, damn. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. Positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Knight. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? It means there's a secret room somewhere! That's what I'm thinking. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Examine the data tablet. Pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports. Nothing to note. The mystery of the key's activation conditions remains unsolved. Decree triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal energies in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for the endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing to note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malaria researchers. Oh no, that was her parents. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Ah, there is stuff about her parents! Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further... Oh my dear God. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. We don't need coffee. We're good. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room, lift access, requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Dara Lab, the Director's office. Collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the Director. They appear to be empty. Okay, let's look at... You have located Director Jeremy's personal data tablet in locker space. Take another look. Examine the data table. Open the locker. I think he had an obsession with this guy. That's kind of freaky. Contains nothing to note. You quietly shut the locker door. It does contain something to note. The guy is a freaking perv over this guy. Have you found something? Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing the secure room, no less, seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt, and if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed, too. Concealed by electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kaiju used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface. You can pass right through electrope. Truly, it never had that property in my time. Knight is having a little fun. What we mean is electrope can project a false appearance. In which case, it should be too hard to disable. Another door. Managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I said we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. Then I'll take the doodle lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria's people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take doodle lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Tonight you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we determine what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Waklamut and Crowd through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there, the one with the gems. Thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. We couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out? Needs a square. Gem or something. You're located during his personal data. No, I don't need that. Tool jewels are embedded in this electro plate. You identify the blue gem as sapphire and the red gem as garnet. There also appears to be an empty spot for another jewel to fill. Okay. Yes, I knew that jewel will come in handy. Let me see. Heat the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandria's have for gems. An old belief, I think. Hey, Rebecca, I could get something to drink. Alright. Sorry about that. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. But if you ask Sphene, she can tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. The slot contains a garnet. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the Deuterolab. This slot contains an alexandrite. Its place in the floor corresponds to the director's office. Sapphire, Protolab. You've gathered enough information to enter the passwords. Start with welcome to Protolab. What word should she enter? Oh shit. Sapphire? Alexandrite? I probably just blew up the lab. I think I need to go back out here and read this and write it down. Sphene, Alexandrite. Garnet. Alright, so this is the Deuter. Yeah, my memory is like total garbage. I have to write this down. Director's office. I am. That's what I took a break for a second. And I'm also putting on like that vapor up stuff. Water. Pretty much. Let's try this again. What is the for the Protolab Sphene? Protolab is garnet. Alright. To return an arrow must be missing. Oh, I need to go talk to I need to go talk to her. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. Symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? Sapphire and garnet, as well as you say, yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty. And garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminal to see if they are accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Oh, I got it. What is the password for Protolab? Honesty? Devotion? And protection. Oh yeah, I got it! That was hard. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. A secure room is the only place we've yet to research. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Waklamuk and Cryo rejoin us. We did it thanks to you, and a little bit thanks to me, I hope. Great work, Knight. Leave it to you to divine passwords from an ornamental to display. Speaking of gemstone symbology, for Alexandria, Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was their wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope for our people. To think on it now, I've ever shared that destiny with my other self. That went well. Excellent clue finding, Knight. Alright, everyone, time to board the lift to see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in living memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories. And if memories are data, then...
Inside in a world formed of data.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphene's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited living memory. The process required administrative authorization, A restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been.
Guess he doesn't want to wait for us no more.
Find me by tracing security data. That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
Yeah, right.
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait, and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Sphene. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories have become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
Yep.
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
That was his answer. He's like, F you.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Nothing's wrong if he thinks he's taking our measure. I like that answer.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Yeah, that was an adventure. May not have been by the method that Shell was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. Pass on the short version of events to our comrades so we can all prepare for the challenge ahead. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choice linger, powering us to shape our own future. Shell has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us, we'll see whose time is up. You smug little weasel. Wow, she put it in a much more polite way than I would have. Anyway, I know things don't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. One of our own, Sphene is resolved to take part in the coming battle. We've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset about being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and joyful tomorrow. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It's hardly need saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I'm more than ready to do the same. Looks like I got my raid team! Or my trial team, anyway. Keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient, trusting your friends. Yeah, no kids. Oh, Knight Krylin, I think we should talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Oh, is she not going to hide her face anymore? Government officials must be fielding demands from all quarters. I do not even envy Goss in his position. The air is thick with a sense of unease, not least around Gossan himself. I see Gossan's wearing a neo-regulator. He'll have some thoughts to share on the subject, I'll wager.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
Thank you, Michelle McGorry.
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us, for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. how to live with the promise of death, how to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Oh, he knew!
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
He called you out.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Glad we were able to hear the will of the Alexandrian people. Now it falls to us to see the rest of it through. Sphene must be overjoyed to be so welcomed by her countrymen. For their sakes, we need to bring her back safely. Only if we survive it too. It's a relief to be freed from my indecision. Until I removed my regulator, I realized quite how heavy it weighed upon me. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Goslin. That decision must have been difficult to make. Only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. Final push came from Alexandrian citizens, and the bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. Should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of neo-regulates and circulations exceeds the stated 5,000. I summarized the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point delaying the inevitable. On to live in memory. Aaronville, you better not die. You're not my favorite, but you're not my most hated either.
Much the same.
I don't know how to feel about Aaronville.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Hello, remember me, the hunter from the Thunder Yards? It's been a while, but we met when you first arrived in the dome. We've been talking with Lithander and the others, and thanks to some very convincing arguments, come around to the idea that we need to start taking responsibility for the future of our nation. There are those like us who rely on regulators for their work, and others who aren't quite ready to give up what they have, but we all share a desire to make things better. Okay, where is... I don't know. No, I'm good. Thank you. I'm probably not going to stay on much longer anyway. I was going to do this tomorrow. I've been on for almost 5 hours, 4 hours now. I was just wanting to get to the quest and unlock that first. Where the hell? Where am I supposed to go? I need to know where I'm going. Oh, never mind. I figured it out. Coming here reminds me of my parents, of the courage they gave me. Just good to rejoin you all. I needed to step away briefly that I might make arrangement for a certain precautionary measure. What precautionary measure? Alphinaud, stop being cryptic, damn it. We've all been so busy, it seems an age since last we gathered in such a manner. I must say, we do make for a formidable group. You speak very highly of yourself. Last time I had to wait in the cenote, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. I had scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now that I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place, it brings tears to my eyes. Oops, I already talked to you, Graha. Go away. Seems Alphinaud and Alize were the ones to explain to Kona our need to enter the cenote. He urged us to be extremely careful, of course. Coming here reminds me of my parents and the courage they gave me. 'Tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been headed ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note aside from the meso terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the meso terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrode, all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I'm eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Let me see. Yeah, I'll do this tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm just tired. I'm also very sick, and I just don't have the energy to do this tonight. So I am going to call it for tonight. I do appreciate the offer. But most of the time I also like to do my first run with the trust system just because I don't like the pressure of being pushed to go beyond what my limit can handle. So I'm gonna go ahead and rate out who's on right now. What are you doing? Let's see, Angelus is doing. There's somebody else doing 7.3, so we'll go ahead and rate out to him. I appreciate everybody stopping by from YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. TikTok was glitching out, so if anybody was trying to talk to me, I'm sorry if I didn't respond. It just wasn't showing me anything, so I do apologize for that, but thank you for hanging out.